Base cam jump scare. What's good, everybody? Hope you're all having a wonderful Monday evening. Haven't seen all of you in quite some time. It's been a very rough couple of months. Things are still not perfect. Whatever is. But I've been missing this. I've been missing Twitch. I've been missing my online family. But it's good to see you all. Is seeing your face the cam hack? Yeah, this is it. Don't worry. The distracting face cam will be gone when the gameplay starts. We'll be focused on looking around Silent Hill 2 Remake. All the little nooks and crannies. We'll be teleporting James out of bounds. And looking at a lot of very particular details, Easter eggs, and things that you can't normally see. That's the plan for tonight. Scarlett, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Very much appreciate it. Good to see you looking happy. Thank you. Thank you, missives. It's like I said, I'm still dealing with some health stuff, but things have majorly improved. There's still some stuff, still some tests, still some doctor's appointments, and things going on with me that I'm not sure what the issue is. But and for those, I guess, who are here and don't know kind of what's been going on, back in March, I went to the emergency room for what I thought was a heart attack or a stroke. Basically, my whole body was trembling. I could barely walk or do anything. I was having pain and numbness on my left side. And my wife, Rachel, took me to the emergency room. I had been having issues with panic attacks leading up to that, but that particular day where I had to go to the emergency room was really bad. I legitimately thought I was about to die, having a heart attack or something. And as far as doctors in the emergency room could tell, they did an ECG and checked everything, and they said it was just anxiety. So I've been seeing a doctor and trying some medications. Medications have been really rough. That's been a big part of my absence for the last month, has just been adjusting to medication. My blood pressure was super high. I was in hypertension 2 constantly. So I was on some blood pressure medication and on some stuff to try and help with the day-to-day anxiety, and a lot of it was making stuff worse. So my doctors kind of had to try stuff out for a couple weeks, see how I responded, try some different things for a couple weeks, see how I responded. I went in and got an ultrasound to check for things like blood clots. That came back clean. So there's a lot of stuff going on. I still have some x-rays that need to be taken. We're going to be doing a nerve test at some point in the near future, hopefully in the next 2 weeks or so. I was supposed to already have had that done, but it got postponed. So, trying to figure out what's going on. Again, I've been having issues with the left side of my body. Tingling and pain and numbness on my left leg, my left arm, left side of my back, left side of my face. And we've at least narrowed down, it's not heart attack, it's not stroke, it's not blood clots. But we still don't know quite what's going on. At this point, my doctors feel fairly certain that it's some sort of nerve issue. It's just a matter of taking some more tests and things like that, and kind of figuring out what's going on. So that's still ongoing, still trying to diagnose. But in the meantime, the medication that I've had for my blood pressure has been working immensely. My blood pressure has been more normal. I've actually needed a couple of weeks just to let my body adjust to having somewhat normal blood pressure, because my body got so used to being in hypertension that once my levels, my blood pressure started getting to like normal levels, it made me feel horrible. I felt like passing out constantly all day, which was awful. And then I couldn't sleep at night. So a lot of that has leveled out now. I've been getting some regular sleep again. My body's adjusting to the blood pressure stuff, and the anti-anxiety medications. So everything, like I said, it's been leveling out now. I've been wanting to get back to streaming, so stuff is not 100% yet. I'm definitely not completely back to myself yet, but I feel good enough where getting back to streaming is definitely something that I wanted to do. I didn't want to put that off any longer. And honestly, from a realistic standpoint, like, this is what I do to pay bills. So, although we did get an immense amount of help from this community and a lot of people through the I put up a GoFundMe to try and help with some of the medical bills. Like the emergency room visit was like almost $2,000. The ultrasound to check for blood clots was like $400. The x-rays that are coming up are going to be costly. The nerve test is going to be costly. Blood tests and stuff like that are a couple $100 each. So I mean, that stuff really adds up, and when you're not working and earning anything on top of that, yeah, it gets to be stressful. But a lot of people reached out, donated, and really helped me get through these last couple months. So thank you all so much. And everybody who just kept up with me in the Discord, chatting and keeping my mind occupied, and all the well wishes. Seriously, it helped immensely, especially on the days where I was feeling like absolute crap. Even just having people out there who care means a lot to me. So thank you all so much. But yeah, it's been quite a couple of months. I've made a lot of really big lifestyle changes on top of all the medications and stuff, to help with the blood pressure, to help with the anxiety. We did some blood tests on one of my first visits to the doctor, and had some other things going on: high cholesterol, extremely low vitamin D. I've basically lived indoors on stream, doing streams and stuff. I was literally living out of a garage up until like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 5 years ago. And yeah, I never saw the sun, basically. And fixed a lot of that in these last couple of months, or in the process of like fixing all of that. I get outside and exercise, get sunlight every day now, taking vitamin D supplements on days where I can't go outside. Completely cut stuff like caffeine and most sugars and things like that out of my diet. Almost, I used to drink sodas and stuff, like several every day. And now I have maybe one a week, maybe. Most of the time I just drink water now. A lot of fruits, a lot of veggies. A lot less junk food and things like that. So, drink sparkling water. I hate sparkling water. I have just regular plain water. We have like one of the filtered water things on our fridge. So most of the time I'm just drinking plain water. Every once in a while I'll put a little bit of we have the sugar-free Gatorade powder for some electrolytes, potassium, which helps with some of my legs, issues with my legs and stuff. So yeah, it's been a lot. It's been a lot to adjust to, which is kind of why I needed this time away from streaming, just to kind of focus on my health and getting better. You mostly drink tea? Yeah, Burakauto. I was doing that a little bit at first. It's although it's getting into summer, and drinking hot tea is not usually what I want to do. But hey, I'm doing better overall. I've lost quite a bit of weight. I don't know if you can really tell. My face is always kind of smooshy, but I've lost almost 20 pounds in the last month. So I've been making some big strides when it comes to getting my health in order. Considering I'm 37, I'm getting up there. I'm not quite to that point where there's a lot of things, but I'm at the age where I definitely need to consider my health a lot more seriously than I have been. So that's where I'm at. But I have severely missed everybody. I've been really missing streaming. Everything starts cracking and falling apart. Yeah, it's kind of... that's life. But I'm still here. I'm still kicking. Hi, Lord Teach. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Very much appreciate that. More Sky. Thank you so much for the 6 months. So good to see you all again. Very much appreciate that. Hirimi, my best friend. Thank you so much for the 77 months. It's good to see you, dude. I hope you're doing well. Scarlet M125. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2 months. Fallen Nat. Thank you so much for the 6 months. Jed Ashtelin. Good to see you. 43 months. Very much appreciate that. Got to get back into working out, aka cycling. I am mostly just walking, like just getting outside and walking. And I don't like go on crazy hikes or anything like that. I literally just go do laps in my backyard. It's helped. It's helped just being able to get outside and do anything compared to what I was doing before, which is basically nothing. Not taking care of myself hardly at all. So it's made a big difference. And as I start feeling better, and especially once I kind of figure out what's going on with my limbs, my left side of my body not working correctly, just never get sciatica. It's funny, that's one of the things that's a potential cause for what's going on with my my nerve issues, but again, still in the process of diagnosing. Reaver, thank you so much for the 60 months. Really appreciate that, dude. Good to see you again. Loving Missives, thank you so much for the 34 months. Thank you. My beautiful wife, Rachel, thank you so much for the 96 months. Love you. Thank you for being there for me during all of this. Rachel has been amazing helping me out through all of this. She's been taking a ton of time off work, making sure that I'm okay, making sure that, you know, she's there with me anytime I was having a panic attack. It wasn't like, oh, you've got to be here and deal with this by yourself. She'd sit there, watch over me, if you know, hold my hand if I felt like, you know, I needed that connection. You know, taking me to the doctor, taking me to the ER, all of that stuff. I couldn't get through all of this without her, so thank you so much. Love you, Rachel. Hope for the best and plan for the worst. That's, yeah. Again, it's a big relief just already having gone through and done some initial blood tests and ruled a lot of things out. You know, like I said, it's not heart attack, it's not stroke, it's not cancer, it's not thyroid issues, it's not diabetes or blood clots or a lot of the other things that I thought it could be. So it's just a matter of diagnosing and figuring stuff out going forward now. But on top of that, like I said, I wanted to get back to streaming. It's kind of sense of normalcy in my day-to-day again. Ty Glorious, your doc says, just walk 30 minutes a day. That's all it takes to make a significant impact on your health. Yeah. Even it doesn't take a lot. Even just that, especially if you're somebody like me who lives a very sedentary lifestyle. I spend a lot of time sitting in front of my computer, playing games, editing videos, streaming. It's a lot of time sitting down, not exercising, not eating great, and just too many years of that. And getting to an age where my body just can't cope with that on its own anymore. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Burakauto. Very, very sorry to hear that. Much love to you and your family. I'm sorry for your loss. Hey, love Consolation. Yeah, hopefully things continue improving. So far, things have been on a pretty consistent, gradual uptick. I haven't had any severe panic attacks or anything in a while. The last few times where I have had, like, the feeling of an anxiety attack or a panic attack or something sort of oncoming, I've been able to stop it through breathing exercises and medication, so that it doesn't get so severe to the point where I'm having full body tremors and hyperventilating. And yeah, it was getting really, really bad there for a while. And I was having those types of attacks a month ago, like practically every day. So now it's been a pretty good couple of weeks here. I said adjusting to medications and exercise and stuff like that has been a little bit of a thing, but I'm at a point now where that's all kind of leveling out. So Tassadul, thank you so much for the 22 months, man. Might be some water between us, but don't hesitate to ask if there's anything digital I can do to help. Sorry about the lack of progress on the animation. Yeah, don't worry about that. And I'm so sorry. I know losing your pet, losing a cat, it's devastating, just like losing a family member. So no, we've already talked about the stuff that we're working on, and hopefully, you know, eventually down the line we'll have something that we can show people. Little fun side project for us that we're working on in the background. But that's all it is. It's a little fun project. There's no pressure about it whatsoever. Denny, you've been having lots of heart palpitations lately, and it's scary. Sometimes feel like my heart's going to explode at 38 years. Yeah, yeah, I know what you mean. I get that too. There's times where, like the last few days, again, I've been feeling mostly okay, but like last night before, a lot of times I'll be laying down trying to get ready for bed, and my heart rate will just not calm down. I've got like a blood pressure cuff and stuff to keep track of my pulse, my blood pressure, my blood oxygen levels, all of that stuff. I've got all these little things for monitoring myself here at home now. And yeah, there's times where my heart is going so hard and so fast, I'm like, I can see my vision pulsing in time with my heart. I can hear it in my ears. And it's like, I'm not doing anything. I'm just like laying down trying to sleep. And that stuff can be really scary. And it can be really, really scary. But again, going off of blood work and everything with the doctors so far, we're just in the process of narrowing down what could be causing things. Do you have SVT? No, not that's been diagnosed officially yet, but we're again still in the process of doing tests and diagnosing things. Hey, Christophonics. Hey, I appreciate it. Like, and for anybody, I guess I can get a link for anybody who's not in the Discord already. Work. I don't know why that doesn't work anymore. But yeah, if anybody ever wants to keep up, thank you, Yurimi. If anybody wants to kind of keep up with things, I tried to be more active in the Discord, and you can always reach out to me that way. That's probably the best way to reach me if you do ever feel like sending out a message or anything. So, but I'm sorry you've also been having a rough time. A lot of people have reached out and mentioned they've had similar health issues or problems with anxiety, or just checking in on me to see how I'm doing. And hey, that sort of stuff really makes a difference. Like, just having some that mental aspect of knowing that there's some people out there who've got your back, even if it's online and it's people who are, you know, miles and miles and miles away from me on the other side of the world in some cases. Yeah, it still means a ton to me, to be able to just respond to people and kind of keep that social aspect going. It makes me feel less isolated, which is another thing that I've had issues with over the course of my life with anxiety and depression. I do tend to keep to myself a lot and isolate a lot, so that stuff helps. It keeps me from kind of slipping back into that mindset, and it lets me have that reassurance that, you know, people out there care, and that can do a lot. It can do a lot for you, and it definitely helps me out immensely. Yeah, that link should be fine. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I don't want to make the whole stream talking about me and talking about health and stuff. I just wanted to give everybody kind of a general update. And again, at the end of the day, it feels good to be able to do this again, to feel well enough to sit here and play some games and talk with you guys, and just not have my health and everything be as much of a concern now that I'm kind of in the process of getting stuff figured out. And I have a lot of help. A lot of help from all the people who are helping me, all the people in my life, all my friends, doctors, pharmacists, everybody who's been helping me get better. It might not be a perfect system, but I'm getting there. But as far as tonight, we're going to be playing Silent Hill 2 Remake. I know I had a story playthrough in progress that we were doing on the PS5. Maybe at some point I'll get back to that if people really want me to finish it, but otherwise it's been like over a month ago since the last part of that. So I just kind of want to start something new, start fresh tonight, and I've been really wanting to get to the cam hack playthrough of Silent Hill 2 Remake, so we're going to be kicking that off tonight. Really taking our time, going through. There's no way we're finishing this tonight. Streams, I'm going to try to get somewhat regular on streaming to kind of help myself have something to look forward to and commit to as well. I know I'm saying that now, and I'm never good with schedules, and something will always fuck it up. But for now, the plan is to try to stream Monday through Friday from around 9 p.m. to midnight. So it's not going to be super long streams or anything for now. So this is going to be part 1 of 150 because it's going to take us 4 hours just to like leave the bathroom, let alone see anything else in Silent Hill 2. Because yeah, going around with the cam hack, we're just going to be floating out of bounds and teleporting out of bounds and looking at all sorts of stuff and kind of analyzing it. It's going to take a long time to get through this, but we're going to look at a lot of really, really interesting stuff along the way. It's always a good time. I love looking at all the little details and things that are in these games. Silent Hill 2 Remake has a ton of details. And like I said, it's got some specific Easter eggs and things that were put there by Bloober Team that are out of bounds, that can only be seen with like a cam hack and stuff like that. So there's a lot of interesting stuff to get to, and it's gonna be a fun playthrough, but it's gonna take us. We'll see if we finish it by the end of this month. Rushmore, thank you so much for the 62 months. This Nub Zombie cosplay is really good. Thank you. Glad you enjoy it. Did my best to look alive, human. And Repoison, thank you so much for the brand new sub. Really, really appreciate that. Very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. 2 to 3 hours for the beginning parking lot. Yeah. We're pretty much just going to be looking at the observatory, or the observation deck. That's going to be about it. Please continue story playthrough. Love listening and learning. Well, what I mean is, there will be more story playthroughs, and we're going to still be talking about story and lore even during the cam hack playthrough. But getting back to a playthrough that was in progress from like over a month ago is always a little bit harder for me to do. So, as said, I might get back to those. I still have the save files and stuff on the PS5. But otherwise, we might just start fresh and do a whole new story playthrough on the PC version or something. Lazy Tiger, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 32 months. Hope you're doing well, dude. Where did we even leave off on the story playthrough? Historical Society? I think I had just started the prison. Something like that. I honestly don't remember. Not to diss you, but you look like the broken version of Walter Sullivan. I don't take offense to that whatsoever. That's not the worst thing anybody's said about me. Nobody's called me Hagrid so far since the camera's been on. So we're good. Phoenix of the Light, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. But yeah, that's going to be it for Facecam. It was good to see you all. I hope you enjoyed my glorious visage. But we're going to play some Silent Hill 2. Hey, 3 Dog. Hope you're doing well, man. Good to see you. Good to see you, man. Hope you've been well. Goddess of Day, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 8 months. And Christophonics, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 25 months. Thank you guys so much for the support. Very much appreciate all that love. 3 Dog with the 79 months. Thank you. Right. Give me a second to set stuff up here.
See a fart face.
G. Hope you've been doing well. Thank you so much for the 52 months. Miss you, my friend. Hope you're good. Hope you're doing well. You and Xander. Oh, let's see. Audio. Can get rid of that. Adjust the audio for the game zone. You make sure audio and everything is synced correctly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Should be hearing menu noises and moving the highlighted menu options all at the same time. Audio might still be a little bit low for the game. We'll kind of adjust stuff as we go. Been a little while. Hey, there goes the internet. Now I'm dropping frames. Classic. Classic. Classic Cox internet. Still holding the monopoly on my area. With no fucking alternatives. Okay. It at least kind of leveled out quick. Hopefully that's not going to be too big of a problem throughout the night. Yeah, it's already leveling out. So. Okay. So, this is Silent Hill 2 Remake. We're going to be doing New Game Plus. Have I done... I'm doing hard mode combat and puzzles in the other playthrough. Let's do light combat and puzzles for this one. I'm still getting used to like each of the difficulties, each of the differences and everything. And I'm not too worried about the combat and puzzle aspect of it. This is going to be largely focused on the cam hack aspect of it. Could even wear some silly masks if we want. Might play around with some graphic filters. We'll keep it on default for now. Let's get going. One of those details you can see right away. You can hear the clinking of James's wedding ring falling into the drain of the sink. And the difference in skin color there on his left ring finger, where the ring was. We're essentially seeing James right after the psychosis sets in, after his delusion is taking hold. Right after arriving in the town.
Mary.
Oh, we're still on. I forgot we're on Japanese. That's fine. Yeti.
曖昧な眠りの中で夢見るのはあの街サイレントヒル。いつかまた二人で行こうと約束しておきながら私のせいで叶わなかった。私は一人でそこにいる。あの思い出の場所であなたを待っている。
手紙が来た。封筒にはメアリーと書いてある。妻の名だ。そんなバカな。ありえるわけがない。分かっているつもりだ。メアリーは3年前に病気で死んでいる。それでも会いに来た。思い出の場所、どこなのだろう。この町には思い出が多い。メアリーがいるのか。本当に彼女が待ってるのか。
Japanese voice actor sounds good. Honestly, I like both. It's kind of been several playthroughs for me now, going through this game and listening to the English dub and listening to the Japanese dub. And I like them both. I really do. I mean, I still absolutely love the original. And there's just something about that that's going to be nostalgic bias at this point, most likely, that original voice cast for the PS2 game back in the day is always going to be like how I hear Silent Hill 2. When I think of Silent Hill 2 in my mind, that's what I think of. But the more I've played this and heard the English and Japanese, I really do like both. But here we are, and let's get straight to what everybody really wants to see, what the purpose of this playthrough is. For those wondering, what do you mean cam hack? Well, what I mean is, I can do this. I can completely separate the camera from James, and we can go in and look at absolutely everything. So there's Mary, chilling in the back. Something that was implied in the original game, but not visually rendered, later was confirmed by developers like Masahiro Ito, that this was something intentional in terms of story, but was never visually rendered in any way, even with a cam hack. Bloober Team took that detail and actually rendered it out so that you've got Mary's body here in the back seat, covered by a blanket with a floral pattern. Those are forget-me-nots, which is a very appropriately themed flower. Nothing under the blanket. There's no actual body rendered, as you can see. Just the 3D texture of the blanket itself, with kind of the shape of her body, where the legs are kind of folded up, arm is kind of hanging down. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit dark sometimes looking at things. Comic and outline shader to see better sometimes. Let's see how that looks. Not that. Does that actually show anything in high contrast? Shows the map glowing. And not so much. Safe to say this is going to take a while. I was not kidding that this whole stream we'll be lucky if we even get to Angela in the graveyard, because there's so much that we're going to be looking at. Tune outline camera filter. Graphing mode. Outline and posterize. That's the one. Ooh. Suddenly it's a Telltale game. Yeah, I mean, we can see the folds in the blanket a little more clearly there. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot to look at. Um, we'll mess around with some of the filters as we go, but for the most part, I want to kind of see everything relatively normally. But there's a lot we can do. We can take a closer look at James himself. We can get right up in there and look at all these little details. I love how detailed a lot of these textures and models and things really are. Like, you can see the fucking red in his eyes, the little veins and stuff, the reflections in characters' eyes, all the stubble and stuff on his face. And his model will gradually change as we go throughout the game. Like right now, at the very beginning, he starts off like fairly clean. His clothing and stuff is fairly clean. There you can get a better look at where his wedding ring was. But like his nails and stuff look pretty clean. His hands and stuff look pretty clean. Clothes and everything. Whoops, we're clipping under the ground a little. It's gonna happen a lot. Controls for this are a little bit squirrely, but we'll manage. But yeah, he gets gradually more and more covered in dirt and grime and gross. His hands will have like dirt under the fingernails. His boots will be more scuffed up by the end. His clothes will be more disgusting. His facial hair, like his stubble, will be more pronounced. The bags, the discoloration, like under his eyes, will be more pronounced towards the end of the game. So yeah, a lot of these character model details are going to be really, really cool to stop and look at periodically as we do this playthrough. Because Bloober really, really put in a lot of effort into the detail of the visuals. Look at the fucking wrinkles, the like cracked leather on his belt and everything. Little stitch patterns on the shirt. Tons of detail. Let's take a little more of a look around James's car. We know we've got Mary back here. You can clip inside. There's nothing really, no trunk, nothing like that rendered. We've got Boros brand wheels. He's driving a Roamer. Get a better look at like all the little details in the car. But yeah, they kind of made up their own vehicles. Still very similar to the cars used for the original, where he was driving a 77 Pontiac Ventura in the original, and this is still very, very similar body shape. They actually do use a car that's even closer, even more similar to the original a little bit later on as well. All the rust and everything. More than just the cars that are already in Silent Hill, because everything kind of seems rusted and abandoned for the most part. but even James's own car sort of has that same aesthetic where it feels very old and rusted, just dirty in general, kind of like everything else, which sort of leads me to believe that that is part of James's delusion. Like, things are not as rusted and deteriorated as they seem from his perspective. Like, his perspective, things are deteriorated because that's a reflection of what happened to Mary. It's sort of that subconscious element that is painting how he sees reality. And things might not necessarily be as old or rusted or decayed as they appear to be to us and to James. All the little details. Look at that. You've got everything down to the gauges modeled and rendered in. Got 77,000 miles on his car. Low on gas. Could be one of those ones where it doesn't show you until you actually turn the car over. Headlight switch. Does he have the ashtray? Feel like this era of car just doesn't feel right if there's not a little metal ashtray somewhere, usually in the doors or in the center console. That right there. That little thing right there would fold open and be your ashtray, most likely. I don't know if there's two little things there. Yeah, usually, again, this era of car, you would have like a cigarette lighter, little round cigarette lighter that pushes in and heats up a small coil. If you're old like me, then you definitely burned your finger on one of those as a child, at least once. Like a rite of passage. But yeah, tons and tons of detail. Same license plate, by the way, as the original car in the original game. Deverin, by the way, thank you so much for the 41 months. Very much appreciated. Unsolicited hot take. This remake is ambitious and about as well done as we could have hoped, but it still just makes me wish I was playing the original. That atmosphere just can't be recreated. I agree to a certain extent. I definitely agree that the atmosphere of the original is not something that can just be remade or recreated. But as far as remakes go, especially in terms of Bloober Team making this, like, for anybody who knows me, like, I am one of Bloober Team's biggest haters. I did not enjoy any of their games before this one, and they did so much better with this than I could have imagined. Like, it's not perfect. Nothing really is. But getting the vibes of things down, like the atmosphere is different, but it still feels like Silent Hill. It still feels like Silent Hill 2. It's not ever going to be, I think, a replacement for the original. And the way they handled this remake, I don't think that's what they wanted anyway. It's not handled in a way where it seems like they wanted to replace the original. This feels like a fan-made love letter to the original, where they took all of the details and lore and things like input from some of the original devs, like Masahiro Ito, who was working with them, and incorporated a lot of those ideas into the game. Took a lot of fan theories and things like that and incorporated those into the game as well. They actually did, some of the devs from Bloober Team did an interview where they were talking about wanting to include as many fan theories or references to fan theories as possible. Like, they didn't want to leave anybody's interpretation out, even if it's just like a small nod, which is why there's a lot of references to loop theory, which was a big thing, even going all the way back to the original. A lot of those fan theories and stuff are also referenced. So like I said, it feels very much like a love letter to the original game. Oh yeah, we can kind of mess with our perspective during gameplay too. Can get a little bit wider FOV. We're looking at these environments, looking at James's model. We can pull the camera back a little bit from his over the shoulder, almost a little closer to the original camera view, giving you a wider field of view. Start looking at stuff around the bathroom. All these little stickers and torn posters. There's Heaven's Night. Faded Heaven's Night poster with Maria right there. There's some more of these inside. That was another detail that was in the original game as well, that they've recreated for this, for the remake. Your advertisements for Heaven's Night, your foreshadowing to Maria, and a very subtle environmental detail. Free entry, free parking. Even got the address. Another Heaven's Night poster. Faded and torn a little bit differently. You can see more of Maria there. Inside of the restroom. Nothing rendered in here since we can't go inside. Although the floor texture carries over, all the cigarette butts, everything are in there. All right, Scarlet M, take care. This will go up on YouTube as soon as the stream's over, so for anybody who misses it, the archive, it'll be on Twitch, it'll be on YouTube. No worries there. Got any details? Anything hiding in the dumpsters? Under the dumpsters? Little bits of trash and leaves. Whoops. I think that's supposed to be the plastic that goes around like cans. But yeah, Christophonics. I thought it was like 3D glasses, those flat paper 3D glasses. I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. More of those same. We're going to see a lot of repeated textures and things like this in the details, but that's all right. Can't wait to see what's inside all of Eddie's vans. We'll go look at that in just a moment. The first one, anyway. Look at that dog. Look at that sweet dog. There are a lot of dog posters and references to dogs all throughout the game. Most likely hinting at the dog ending. Special care for your pets. We've got Maine news, newspapers and stuff around, just in case there was ever any fans still doubting that Silent Hill takes place in Maine. Although that's been basically all but confirmed since the original game. And then the original Silent Hill 2 soundtrack gave a Maine address for Heaven's Night. Flustered by London something? Shock Radio? Tuesday, 50 cents. Number 1 in the USA. First in Daily Readers. Joe DiMaggio. And that says 1999, doesn't it? 1914, 1999. When did Joe DiMaggio die? Yeah, 1914 to 1999. That is accurate. It's always funny to me that people are a lot of fans are really, really into trying to piece everything together in like a timeline sense. And I think sometimes people take things the devs say a little bit too much at face value. Like Masahiro Ito has said that Silent Hill 2, the original, was made to be... The setting is supposed to feel like the 70s and 80s, but we see technology and stuff that hints at, you know, dates being later than that. And here we've got a 1999 date in this little detail. So for people who enjoy mulling over the timeline of things, personally, I'm not super big into that, but it's still fun to analyze and think about. Wall Street Newsline. We're going to see some much more interesting details in some of the little posters and newspapers and things like this as we go on, too. Because I know there's a few specifically that give the text that you see on it is parts of Mary's letter. So even little details like that we'll try and see later. Again, these are not the smoothest camera controls in the world, but I'm gonna make do. Sorry for anybody who's got horrible motion sickness. Silent Hill News. Toluca Island. Vandals strike again. And it's got a picture of a wall that we'll be going past a little bit later with all the graffiti and stuff on it. So the Vandals strike again is kind of like we're world building. We're telling why there's graffiti and stuff everywhere. It's something that's been happening in the Silent Hill news. Those Vandals. Whoa. Everything started smudging away. I don't know what's causing that. Maybe it's this groovy music. Which, Bar Neely's, groovy music. We'll be visiting those locations. James is like, what the fuck is this guy doing? Yeah, James is going to spend a lot of time standing around by himself while we look at stuff. That's just life now. Silent Hill Ranch, chainsaw accident, paramedics timely arrived. That's where we're going to, or near where we're going to pick up the chainsaw. Lakeside Amusement Park is hiring. Who wants to, dress up in a scorching hot Robbie mascot outfit for 8 to 10 hours a day at Lakeside? They're hiring. Yeah, there is the so Silent Hill Ranch chainsaw accident. This is right where we pick up the chainsaw. There's a little logging facility there. Lumber mill. Teen charged in something. As well as a little map of, partial map of Silent Hill. Advertisement there for All Stars Pizza. How far away can you go with this cam hack? So let me reset stuff real quick. So like here is more or less our default view, right? So down there is the lake. You can see there's like a hill up on the other side of the lake. Let's go. Down the hill. Through the trees. There's the lake. There's the hills. The Silent Hills. We can go very far. We can go very, very far. Eventually, things will stop loading because the game only renders certain things within a certain distance away from the player character and from the default camera. But we can get pretty far. Obviously, a lot of this is not meant to be seen. Players are not going to go over here, so you're just going to see very basic, low-res, repeated textures and things like that. But yeah, you can see quite a lot. Quite a lot. There's the a little flat rendered version of the Rebirth Island out there in the lake. Rebirth Ending Island Church. So let's go in the bathroom real quick. A lot of this might be... Can have James stand here to block the door so we keep some light. And look at these Heaven's Night posters. Even more over on this side. Again, all of our little foreshadow to Maria. Stuff that was pretty much almost exactly the same in the OG. Our Bible verses, very faithfully recreated, looking almost identical to the OG. So many of these textures, like, almost look like they were ripped straight from the original game, but the resolutions and everything else that they're at, like, they had to have been recreated. But Bloober did an awesome job faithfully recreating them. Okay, it's just a little chip in the sink. I'm like, that's not his ring sitting there, is it? No. Can we go down the drain? Any wedding rings in the drain? There's a filter there, but theoretically it shouldn't be able to fall all the way down. Did he throw it in the trash? No? Yeah, some of these Bible verses, little bits and pieces of Bible verses from the book of Job. Thy hands fashioned and made me, and then thou turn and destroy me. I am decaying like a moth-eaten garment, or like a garment that is moth-eaten. A lot of the writing and stuff in here. There's Lilith. Taken from the Book of Demons. Some really fucked up toilets. Light bulb, not in a can. We don't get any delicious canned light bulbs in the remake. But I'm glad we at least have some little light source just for looking at these details in the bathroom. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. I love this kind of stuff. I love being able to see all the work, all the effort that went into these details. Just making the environments and the character models and everything. How the game is sort of put together visually. Because there is a ton, absolute ton of detail, as you can see. Too bad that aspect of the camera doesn't reset automatically. Kind of have to fix the FOV every time. All right. Someone wanted to see inside Eddie's van. And I do like some of the details here. So this is one of those silly things. It started off as kind of a silly thing, I guess. There was not really any confirmation that this was Eddie's van in the original. It's just a white van that you see, you know, a repeated model of throughout the town in the OG, and it's the same here. During the intro video of the original Silent Hill 2, you see Eddie and Laura sitting in front of a white van like this one, sort of like looking over a map, and like Laura kicks Eddie's foot. And there's a lot of stuff that you could infer from that Laura got a ride with Eddie into the town. It could explain part of how she got here, and why her and Eddie are kind of somewhat friendly already. And in a playthrough that Fungo, the legendary Fungo, did with the original James actor, Guy Seehee, whenever Fungo would run around and see these white vans, Guy Seehee would be like, "There's Eddie's van." He'd get all excited about it, and point it out. And it just kind of became a meme because I loved it so much. I would reference it in a lot of playthroughs and things like that over the years. So the white vans just kind of became Eddie vans. And now you actually go in the van. There's junk food wrappers and containers. Happy Burger. And drink cup and stuff like that. Evidence of food that's not in a lot of the other cars and stuff that we'll be looking at. Something that's a little more specific to Eddie. Not a pizza. Surprisingly not a pizza. They could have stuck an All-Stars pizza box in here. Would have been great. But we do have Happy Burger. Kind of just like with James's car, there's a lot of detail here. Everything on the console, radio, the dials, and it's not like reused. They didn't just stick the same things in every car. Like, they're distinct and different from the way all of this looked in like James's car. Yeah, it might actually be Eddie's van this time. There's more evidence to support that. Got the fuzzy dice hanging from the mirror that are like completely faded, nothing on them anymore. We've got another Bible reference here on the license plate for Eddie's van. EPHE 432 would be Ephesians 432, which I forget what that is. I could look that up quickly, I think. Ephesians 432. Be kind to each other, tender-hearted, forgiving one another, just as God through Christ has forgiven you. Forgiveness. Football sticker. There's a lot of football paraphernalia around Eddie. When you find him in the apartments, there's a room right next to him with football posters and things like that. Eddie, part of his lore, he shot a football player in the leg before running away to Silent Hill, and killed a dog as well. So having a football helmet sticker. Yeah, and it's blue and yellow. It's not quite Dallas Cowboys. It's legally distinct, not Cowboys, but in the original Silent Hill 2, the posters that were in the room across from the bathroom where you meet Eddie in the apartments, one of them is a poster of Emmitt Smith. So it's like it's like a modified, slightly edited poster, but it is clearly like Dallas Cowboys. Real interesting. But I love that kind of stuff is here. Like these tiny, tiny little details. Just on the van here. A little bit more connection to Eddie this time. Roadworthy. Little different tires. Oh, there's another football sticker. Same helmet there on the side. So cool. No dead dog in the trunk? Nah, doesn't appear to be anything else like in the back part of the van. Pretty dark, but yeah, you can see like the texture and everything of it. Just noticed the broken windshield wiper. That's very not typical for this kind of van. Usually this would be open, especially with your rear view mirror and everything. Maybe it's an ice cream truck. He drives a meat locker almost. Hey, considering we fight him in a big meat locker later, maybe that's something intentional as well. There's a leaf floating in the air. I think that's just a result of going into the free cam mode. It kind of pauses everything in the world the way I've got it set up. Billboard here for Pete's Bolorama. We'll definitely be stopping by there, checking things out later. Excuse me. The classic road signs. And I kind of like what they did with this. So we've got Paleville National Park, 10 miles. Paleville, 10 miles. Old Silent Hill, 50 miles. And then Brams. And you can still kind of see it's like 265. But they really, really scuffed and deteriorated, rusted that corner of the sign. Because this was something that changed from version to version of Silent Hill 2. So it's 265 in the original, and then it got changed for the HD collection, where they gave it different values for all these distances. The HD collection basically said, hey, maybe this is a mistake. We should fix these numbers, because it seems weird that the next town over, the way it's described by Sybil in Silent Hill 1, would be like 265 miles away. That doesn't make any sense. But maybe it was something from the original developers just to show that distance and reality and everything is sort of already being warped and distorted and not as it seems. But HD Collection changed it. And then the Enhanced Edition, the fan-made Enhanced Edition project, also changed it. Some of these numbers and stuff around to try to make them fit more realistically. And Bloober Team was like, you know what? Rather than blatantly show one number or the other, we'll just scuff the whole thing, make it a lot harder to see. And the fact that Bloober Team would be aware of those other versions and those differences in these signs, which are a fairly insignificant, like, part of the environment, let's be real, and do something like this, like, it shows that they were aware of even the most minute details and putting in something to kind of reference, like, these differences in all the different versions, how these signs would be different. We calm. The L and the E have fallen off. It's already far more than I expected. Impressed by an already impressive game. That's the thing. Like, the visuals, even just playing normally, are pretty spectacular, and there's so much detail already just in how you play the game and see things normally. And we're going to get to some really interesting stuff eventually. Like I said, it's going to take this. We're going to be lucky if we finish this playthrough by the end of the month. But I'm going to try to be more consistent with streaming going forward. So hopefully we can make decent progress and see a lot of the details and stuff that I want to show you. Because as I said, there are some specific Easter eggs that Bloober Team put in. We're going to have a good time. I know I was impressed and amused by several of them. No U-turns. Kind of a foreboding, no going back, you can't leave sort of sign there. Rotted out billboards. Again, some more of the landscape here. Normally the game kind of stops you if you try and go this direction, so let's go this direction. No swimming in the lake. At least not here. And get an idea of the distance, how far we are from the actual playable observation deck. And that's where the rendering gives up as far as distance. But still, very impressive how much of this they bothered to render in and give texture to. Even stuff like this where, you know, it's done very basically because no one is going to see really any of this. You can go and look at everything on the roof. Get to check out all the buildings from every angle. Our rotted out Toluca Lake sign. All right. There's a lot more little details and stuff around here, but I do want to move on and try to get to some of the more fun stuff. Because the first Easter egg, intentional Easter egg out of bounds, is not far. Very early on. Bottle caps and cigarette butts. All the little bits of garbage and things here and there. Got a bottle hidden back here. Finest Old Polish Whiskey. Bloober Team is a Polish studio. So there you go. You've got some Polish whiskey, courtesy of the Polish developer team. Yep. Poland mentioned. And fancy bathtub brew. Is this based on an actual brand or anything? Finest Old Polish? I'm like looking it up. See if anything comes up. Oh, there's a Canadian whiskey called Pendleton? Is that a Downpour reference? Huh. But yeah, just a fun little reference. So already we're getting some little fun Easter egg stuff. Crumpled up water bottle, like tuna cans, sardine cans, matches, burned up matches, and cigarette butts. Who knew video game litter would be so fascinating? You know, as said, this might be the most boring thing to a lot of people out there. Going around looking at all the trash and things in the game that a normal person playing this game would just run past and not even remotely think about. But this is the type of stuff that I love. I appreciate all the love and care and attention to detail that goes into making these games. Even if you're not consciously aware of it, it still is kind of affecting how you perceive things in the game, how you perceive the game world that you're in. Some of our New Game Plus notes. Grave truths lost to the mind shall flow white into a void chalice, so the rite of red shall commence. So they added some notes for New Game Plus. They kind of shift some of the notes around and add some new ones. And notes like this are implications, little hints for players on how to get some of the other endings. So, grave truths lost to the mind shall flow white, referencing the white chrism. Into a void chalice, that's the obsidian goblet. So the rite of red, the crimson ceremony, or the crimson tome. So we've got references here for the rebirth ending. And the text matches, which is not always the case. There's a lot of notes where if you zoom in and look at them, what was that? There was like a green light over here in the distance. What was that? Was there a UFO? Did I miss the UFO? Yeah, it might be a rendering glitch. We're going to see a little bit of that just because of the cam hack. It can sometimes mess with things. But that was interesting. Just seeing like a glow off in the trees. Kind of creepy in its own way, even if a glitch or not intentional. Sale. Thank you so much for the 20 months. Very much appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All the little rocks and stuff falling as you walk past here. They just got some more leaves floating around. Wonderful environmental ambience here as you walk down, getting all the little sound effects. Little things like pebbles and rocks falling near you as you walk by. like almost similar to the OG, where you would hear noises and things that were just out of view, kind of giving you the implication that there's something out there in the woods with you while you're walking down here. Did a great job with that. Halftime 74 says that Polish whiskey was actually a real thing, produced between 1970 and 1980. Oh, nice. Oh, more good sound effects. You might be the first one doing this, so cool. Not sure if they did a boundary break. There's definitely some other videos and people out there who've done this already. Not quite the way I'm doing it though. Like, I know there's not a lot of people who do a full-on live stream where they're just going through and looking at stuff over the course of a whole playthrough, like an edited video where they kind of pick and choose very particular details. But yeah, as far as doing this kind of thing, like a full playthrough, using the cam the whole way as we go through, not sure if anyone else has done that. Got the famous save point in the well. Love all the moss and everything kind of growing from the top of it. Looking at this thing makes my head hurt. Feels like someone's groping around inside my skull. Oh, there's even a bucket back here behind. Where the rope isn't attached anymore. Can I cam hack during this? No, unfortunately not. Man, I like seeing all the woods and everything here with a slightly wider FOV than the default. And yeah, we're on Japanese dub. Because I forgot I still had it set to Japanese from months ago, whenever I would have recorded the playthrough to compare the Japanese and English dubs. That video's up on YouTube for anybody who hasn't seen it. You want to look at a side-by-side comparison, back-to-back comparison of all the cutscenes and everything in English and in Japanese, you can check that out. But yeah, that's why it's in Japanese. My settings are still, the audio settings are still that way. from when I recorded that. Before we go in, and take the camera in first and look at low-res Angela, because until you're actually in the environment, it doesn't render in models completely. So we get these very low poly variations of things. Angela's seen some shit. Got the church and everything here. Here, let's... Oh, although... So, during cutscenes, I cannot activate the cam hack, unfortunately. I think there is some cam hack software where it functions even during the cutscenes, but I wasn't able to get that working. This is the version I was able to get working. So at some point we may do another follow-up cam hack playthrough where specifically I cam hack during cutscenes. What I can do, though, is I can change the perspective of the cutscenes before they start. So, for example, if I pull the FOV back like this, and then go through, we'll see everything a little differently. And James hits the stanky leg at the very end, because that's where he normally would have walked off camera. You wouldn't have been able to see him anymore, so a lot of animations will do that. As soon as they're out of view, they don't have to be perfectly animated out for something that's not meant to be seen anyway.
怖くならないか。
So now that we've got fully rendered in Angela, we can see the character model much, much better. Just like with James, tons of detail. Tons of detail. The like water staining and stuff on the shoes. Her fingers. We get a good shot here. She bites her fingers. She bites her nails, which is a common thing for people who are stressed or trauma response. And you can actually look at the little detail and stuff in her hands, in her fingers, where her nails are all chewed down to nubs. Crazy, crazy detail in the character models. Love that stuff. And again, you can look at like how much detail there is even in like the character's eyes, the skin textures, all the little hairs. A little like redness in the folds of her nose. Freckles and things here and there. Really, really impressive.
そうね。ほら、あっちの門を通った先よ。すぐ着くはず。探している人が見つかるといいわね。
ああ、そうだな。
Angela has gamer posture.
もう行くよ。
There's also some really interesting details in James, just from a story standpoint and body language standpoint. So you can see the way that Angela stands, crosses her arms. She'll put one arm down and hold it with the other arm, which is something that only Angela does up until this point where James meets her. And then later on, now keep in mind, like James is going through a really intense delusion. He has lost grip on reality at this point. So the James who is like interacting with people like Angela and Eddie, he's not really himself. He's trying to come off as normal to these other people who he's interacting with, when he's very much not normal, especially in his current headspace. And what James does, which is something that a lot of people in real life do, when you're trying to convince somebody else through body language that you're normal or that you're relatable, you will pick up other people's habits and you will repeat them back at them. So, for example, if you're sitting and having a conversation with somebody who puts their hand under their chin and like rests their hand in a certain way or rests their face in a certain way, if you sit there and across from a table, a lot of times you'll start mimicking those bits of elements of body language. It subconsciously lets you build rapport with other people. So Angela will sit here and hold her arms, specifically that one way where she has one arm down and is grasping it with her other arm, not just fully folded like here. James when we get to the scene where he meets Maria the first time, mimics Angela's body language that she's doing throughout this scene. So it's James trying to come off somewhat normal, and he's mimicking things and body language and phrases that he picks up from Angela and from Eddie and uses them when he interacts with other people. So, like, he'll pick up Angela's arm thing, and we'll see him do that later. He'll pick up dialogue, the way that he talks to people, because he's very different about what he's doing in the town. He's looking for Mary. He can't just leave. Like, he's here to find Mary. And the first person who's like, hey, we should just stick together and get out of this town, the first person who talks to him like that is Eddie, when he meets Eddie in the apartments. When James runs into Angela in Rosewater Park much later, he repeats what he heard from Eddie, and he starts repeating that towards Angela. We should stick together and try to leave the town. Completely opposite of the way he was talking before that. So it's really, really interesting, some of the more subtle details they did with James as a character. The fact that he's in such a deep delusion, he doesn't really know who he is. He's not himself, and he's mimicking the way the people he interacts with move and talk to try to seem normal. And we see lots of little subtle nods to that throughout the game. Really cool stuff. More than just visual, details like we're going around looking at right now. There's a lot of cool stuff like that in the mocap and animations and everything as well. There's our Crimson Ceremony, in a very different place compared to where you find this in the original, but still looks very close to that asset in the original. Crimson Ceremony, proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart. O cup which brims with the whitest of wine. Again, references to the obsidian goblet and the white chrism. All of the necessary items for the rebirth ending. It is in thee that all begins. And then we have this, which is from Tenebrae, the 1982 Dario Argento film. Tenebrae. This headstone, this is a quote from that film. So Dario Argento, very influential director. The original Team Silent took a lot of influence from Argento and several other directors like David Lynch, Adrian Lyne, but Bloober Team themselves were adding in new little references to some of those original influences as well, and this is one of them. There was only one answer. Let me see if I can find the full text of this quote. He had broken the most deep-rooted taboo. Yeah. So, the impulse had become irresistible. There was only one answer to the fury that tortured him. and so he committed his first act of murder. He had broken the most deep-rooted taboo and found not guilt, not anxiety or fear, but freedom. Any humiliation which stood in his way could be swept aside by the simple act of annihilation: murder. So that's the full quote from Dario Argento's Tenebrae. And very applicable when you consider James has committed his first act of murder and did that for a sense of freedom. He wanted his life back. Mary had become a burden to him. So the idea of including this quote, very deliberate, but wonderful, wonderful detail. And again, without a cam hack, you normally see it pretty much like about here's the default camera. So yeah, you can't really make out that writing or anything without kind of cam hacking and getting in there and being able to see it. So cool detail. Great movie, by the way. I love that the lake is sort of encroaching into the cemetery as well, to the point where we've got all these grave markers, tombstones, and things actually out in the water. And some of these have legible writing on them. There's one. Timothy Griffin, 1865 to 1914. A lot of the ones that have legible writing are repeated onto some other tombstones and stuff. But it's interesting that they've got some of those in there. They're not all completely worn. I know there was another one. I want to say it was like Dolores something written on it. Something Dunstan, Cecil Dunstan, 1840. There's another Cecil Dunstan. But yeah, really, really cool. A lot of the details here in the cemetery. And then we've got the little church house here, which also has this carved into the door. Very difficult to see. Romans 3:23 is what's carved here. All have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Some more Bible quotes, Bible references stuck into the environments. And you can, like, read this one, even without a cam hack. But it's nice being able to get a much more clear view of it. Boom, let's go inside. So this is, unfortunately, what a lot of stuff is going to look like when you try to clip in. It's just, there's no reason to render anything there. If it's an object that the player is not going to see from a particular side, there's no reason to make a texture for it or have it there. It's just a waste of resources at that point. But there are some specific things that are rendered out of bounds. Low poly statue there. Top is absolutely stained with bird shit. Very appropriate and realistic. I wonder if this has collision. Let's spawn James right up here if we can. No? Can we put James up on the roof? Hold on. Am I forgetting the command? I thought it was this. Hold on. Let me double check my controls for the free cam here, because we should be able to teleport James to the location of the camera. So more than just looking at stuff, we can also, yeah, control and F1. For some reason that command isn't working. I was just testing this before the start of the stream. And it was working. Oh well. As long as we can take the camera where we want it to be to look at stuff, that's the main thing. But using this mod, I should be able to also teleport James himself into some of these areas just to test and see if they have, like, collision or anything. But let's move on, because there is a really great Easter egg out of bounds right up here. I mean, there's just a lot of cool details in general. For example, we've got our cornfield that we're running past, and you can kind of see off in the distance there's like a scarecrow there. If you actually come in and look at the scarecrow up close, it's a straitjacket. It's wearing a straitjacket. Very specific choice of garb. Not just a typical scarecrow thing. And there's a few other instances where they've got things like that. Cool looking scarecrow. Wearing a straight jacket. If there's any kids in the corn, don't talk to them. Always good advice. Always good advice. Alright, here is my absolute favorite thing. Let's pick up the chainsaw first. Because why not? It's a Blues Varna. It's a portmanteau of Bloober and Husqvarna, which is an actual brand. And on this side, it's Blues Varna Auto Tune 282 XP. Machine learning, automated text, AI. Gonna be a lot of that. The Coordinated Metal Sawing Machine Certification. The textures are amazing. When you like break the cam and zoom in this close, all the little scuff marks, all the little dings and dents, yeah. The scraped paint around like the dials and everything. Crazy detail. Love the intense detail on a lot of the props and objects and things in the environments. Sort of like scorched black on that side. The worn off like grip tape. Really cool. Love that stuff. Okay. Put the chainsaw in your pocket. So here we are at the infamous Silent Hill Ranch. And for anybody who doesn't know, this is almost one for one, like very well recreated Silent Hill Ranch sign from the original Silent Hill 2. If you played Silent Hill 2 on the HD collection, they fucked up this sign and replaced it with Comic Sans, and it became a running joke in a lot of the Silent Hill community. A lot of the Silent Hill fan base absolutely fucking dogged on the use of Comic Sans for this sign and other signs in the Silent Hill 2 HD collection. So we've got the proper font and texture for Silent Hill Ranch now. Pirical, thank you so much for the 15 months. So here's where Bloober Team fucking wins me over. So there's Silent Hill Ranch. Let's go look in the barn. Oh, what's this? A pile of trash? A whole bunch of garbage laying on the ground over here? And the HD Collection Comic Sans sign. Bloober won me over. This right here is what inspired me to want to get a free cam and go through this entire game with a a magnifying glass, look at everything super super close, because the fact that they put in a detail like this, a little reference Easter egg to the HD collection and their stupid ass Comic Sans with the old HD sign sitting on a pile of rubble. That's amazing. That's incredible. Someone on Bloober Team was designing this with a big shit-eating grin. Oh, absolutely. And this is the type of stuff to let you know, like, Bloober Team was not just given the task of making Silent Hill 2 Remake. They are clearly fans. They are clearly fans. Because this is the type of stuff where, like, you have to be in the community, part of the fandom, to know about this and know how people reacted to it, to even bother making something like this and putting in a reference to it. Like, that's amazing. I love that we have the HD collection sign sitting on a pile of rubble inside the barn at Silent Hill Ranch. Yeah, this was not just a paycheck for them. This was clearly a passion project. And there are some real diehard Silent Hill fans among Bloober Team. But yeah, absolutely one of my favorite Easter eggs that can only be seen. There's no way to get over this fence or look at anything normally. This is strictly something stuck out of bounds. This also, by the way, is proof that Bloober knew that people were going to be doing what I'm doing right now. More than just crafting the game from the perspective of your average player, they took the time to put things in the environments and on the models and in the details because they knew people were going to look at it beyond the scope of a normal person playing a video game. They know how Silent Hill fans can be. They know that people are going to go in and look at this stuff. They're going to rip all these textures. They're going to use cam hacks, and they're going to go over everything with a fine-tooth comb, just the way I'm doing it. They were anticipating that and threw in some little Easter eggs for us. I love it. I love it. Gaga Somnia, my theory of why Bloober did such an awesome job, because they were inspired to make horror games because of the original Silent Hill. That game is the foundation of everything they've done. Yeah, and they've said as much in interviews, like that Silent Hill was a big, influential series for when they were making their own games, which you can definitely see that in Bloober's games, like how much of it is inspired by stuff like Silent Hill and a lot of other classic horror. Even though I'm not a fan of Bloober Team's original games, like, that aspect of it was always pretty clear. And the fact that they add stuff like this in for the remake just further cements that, despite my doubts, Bloober Team did a fucking fantastic job with this remake. And again, it's not perfect. It's got stuff in it that I don't necessarily like or changes I don't necessarily agree with, but overall, it's not a bad experience. And again, it feels like a fan-made passion project more than, you know, the typical Konami cash grab. which is really awesome. Some real effort, some real care went into all this. So curious how their new game turns out. Chronos the New Dawn. Chronos the New Dawn is their upcoming game. I'll definitely be playing that on stream. 100%. You're in the little destroyed greenhouse. Hopefully Bloober doesn't get too high on this success and drop the ball on other remakes. I mean, in terms of remakes, Bloober has convinced me. Maybe for the worse. Now I'm gonna have higher expectations for a lot of the stuff that they do going forward. But at the same time, yeah, I hope that this shows that they've learned a lot from all the projects that they've done. They've figured out how to make stuff that fans enjoy, how to adapt things. Are there any other Silent Hill remakes potentially in the works? Nothing confirmed. Potentially, yes. There's more than just rumors. There's some internal documents and stuff from Bloober's. They had like internal emails and what's the word I'm looking for? They had a timeline of their projects and things that they were working on, and it's all code named, so it doesn't tell you specifically like what they're working on. But like Chronos the New Dawn was Project C, as it was referred to in their documents. So they were also working on a Project G and a Project H. And a lot of fans are speculating that Project G is codename for Gillespie, like Alessa, Dahlia, meaning a Silent Hill 1 remake, and that Project H is supposed to be Project Heather, aka Silent Hill 3 remake. So if they're gonna do more remakes after this, that feels like the appropriate order to go back and do 1 and then 3, since those two are connected. But again, it's all speculation right now. There's some evidence that could be interpreted that they may be working on that stuff. And they did sign a new contract. They renewed their contract with Konami and definitively stated, we will be making more Konami IP games. Again, they didn't get too specific with all that. But it's enough that there's a decent chance we'll be getting some other Silent Hill remakes. I mean, this one was a big success. And as far as Konami's concerned, if it's a success and it makes money, fuck it, make more. So hopefully it gets the same love and attention and passion behind it that this remake did, if they do go that route. But for now, I'm definitely curious to try out Chronos the New Dawn, any other stuff that they're working on. What other Konami stuff could G&H allude to? I mean, it could be Castlevania related. It could be fucking Bomberman for all we know. Still waiting on Townfall? Yeah, Townfall got delayed because the entire staff, production staff at Annapurna, like, walked out. And they had to completely rehire and, like, restaff Annapurna. But that's just the production side of things. It's still being developed by No Code, and nothing happened to No Code. They're the main ones like working on the game itself. So it got delayed because of production stuff, but the game itself should still be in works. It's still being devved. So Townfall we might have to wait a little bit longer for than originally planned, but it should still happen. Silent Hill F is most likely going to be the next thing to release, and I'm definitely still really excited to check that out. Church. Is that a reference to the real Silent Hill experience? This a shout out to Twin Perfect? Possibly. Bloober devs have said in interviews that they scoured the internet for content creators and online forums and stuff like that when they were researching fan theories and things like that they wanted to incorporate into the remake or reference in some small ways. It would not shock me. Wouldn't be the first time that the real Silent Hill experience and Twin Perfect got referenced in an official Silent Hill game. They got referenced in Book of Memories. They're referenced in a note in Book of Memories. Surprised you remember Twin Perfect? How could I forget? I've had Fungo on my stream. He actually joined me and a bunch of other streamers for a playthrough of Silent Hill 1 several years ago. Didn't know they were referenced in Book of Memories? Yeah, there's a note. It's not like super direct, but there's a note in Book of Memories that is describing like there were these oh man, I wonder if I can find it. I'm not gonna bother looking it up right now. But yeah, there's a note that basically is talking about these two people speaking their version of the truth who were flawless in appearance and identical in every way, aka twins who were perfect. Whatever happened to Fungo? He had a lot of stuff going on in his real life that he was trying to deal with. Some personal stuff, some family-related things, as well as, I think, a big move. So I think he just stepped away from the stress of content creation and stuff for a while. I would not be surprised if he comes back at some point. But I hope he's doing well. They had a weird hang-up about saying the Order, or was it the Other World? Both. Both. Again, I know a lot of people give him flack for stuff, and they definitely went too far when it came to how hard they pushed against people like Tom Hewlett. But to be fair, that was kind of the general vibe of the fan base back then, and they were kind of parroting a lot of what other fans were saying on forums about Tom. And to be fair, Tom himself has also said some real foot in mouth kind of statements in interviews and things that didn't put him or his studio and their work in the best of lights either. But in terms of like informative Silent Hill lore videos and things like that, there still is not anything that is as comprehensive as the real Silent Hill experience that they put together like all those years ago. Like, even if you don't like them for their attitudes, they can be kind of pretentious and snobby about the way they portray their information and their opinions on things. But in terms of just raw information with citations and evidence of everything that they're talking about, there's like nothing else on that level still. There's a lot of good creators out there too, like Max Durat does a lot of really good stuff, Silent Hillside, Gaming Muse. There's a lot of people who do similar things in a, I would say, a more digestible format. But in terms of like a big overall ongoing video project like the real Silent Hill experience was, and just the sheer amount of research that went into all the information they share, yeah, there's nothing that comes even close. Another Pete's Bolorama sign, similar to the one on the observation deck. Food and drink, 9 rod from here. Auto parts. Went to town to get the window fixed. Spare keys in the drawer. Auto service and tires. Start getting into the part of town. We saw that paper in the observation deck where there's an article about vandals, kind of giving a little bit of an explanation as to why there's all this graffiti. And I mean, I love a lot of the graffiti designs and stuff on this too. I had a phase in like the late 90s, early 2000s, basically when Jet Set Radio came out on the Dreamcast. I had a period in my life where I got super into graffiti as an art. So I've got a lot of appreciation for the graffiti and stuff that they use around here. Although a lot of it is obviously like repeated textures and things like that, but still. It's interesting, and I like those details. Text matches the note. It's not always the case. There's going to be some notes where zooming in on them and reading what's actually on the physical object doesn't necessarily match the text when you examine it. Hill Brewery. I wish New Game Plus gave you a flashlight at the beginning of the game. Just so I could have some better lighting looking at some of the stuff in these darker areas. Hell, even when we get the flashlight, I'm not going to be able to always have it in the position it needs to be if we're looking at something out of bounds. Which is why I was hoping the teleport James command would work. I don't know why it's not. I'll have to do some troubleshooting before the next stream. Peterson Kerosene. The old station wagon. Tools laid out on it. Nobody in the back seat. Some of the posters and things we've got here. Workout. Reminds me a lot of some of the stuff that you see in Shattered Memories. There's a similar part in Shattered Memories where you have to go through a little garage kind of like this. And it's got like sexy posters on the wall. If you examine them, it starts, curving your story towards the Sleaze and Sirens ending. Love me some Shattered Memories. We'll have to do a playthrough of that sometime. It's been a pretty decent amount of time since my last Shattered Memories stream. Overdrive Gals. Get some partial dates on some of these calendars and stuff too. 1980 something. You could probably figure it out from the dates. Now, January 11th, falling on a Monday, would mean this is probably 1988, because that's when I was born. I happen to know just offhand. Because that's my birthday, and it fell on a Monday. That's probably in 88. Natural food. Bang. Instant breakfast meat. Oh, good. Still in there. Breakfast meat. And this. Moldy ass tuna. Got some cigarettes. God, it's so awkward trying to reset the camera. Go. Sean, filter cigarettes. Maybe a reference to Sean Bean, one of the main actors in the Silent Hill movies. Oh, good. I can adjust the camera while we're examining stuff. Auto service and tires. Look at James. Because the camera zooms in normally, so you're only really seeing his head and his arm. You don't see that he's kind of hitting the A pose. The default A pose. Whoa. I bet you can play all the guitar chords. If your fucking finger can do that. Yeah, because we only see this by default. We just see this hand. That's very funny. Pulling out and seeing James in his A pose. His extendo finger. His fing longer. Leather jacket. Not a James jacket. Like a black leather jacket. Sean Bean had no idea what was going on in that movie? Well, yeah, he was like added in kind of after the fact. Because the original script for the first Silent Hill movie didn't have a single male character. Roger Avery actually had to rewrite a lot of the script, Christoph Gans's original script. So a lot of the like Officer Gucci scenes and the Sean Bean scenes, all of that was like added in those script rewrites. It's a shame watching movies is such a like copyright nightmare, or making videos about movies is such a trademark copyright nightmare, because I would love to do that kind of stuff more often too. I'd love to do some videos talking about the movies or streams talking about the movies, but can't exactly sit and just watch a movie together on Twitch. And even trying to put clips of it in like a YouTube video is guaranteed to get you blocked and demonetized and everything else. Trespassing visitors must register at the front office. Discord watch parties work semi-okay? Yeah, for like 20 people. My audience is a little bit bigger than that. And even then, it's like, you have to be there while it happens. There's no way to archive it. There's no way to, like, host the video easily on, like, YouTube or anything. It's just such a pain. Hopefully, at some point in the future, copyright stuff like that is not so strict, but yeah, doubtful. Very doubtful we'll ever get to that point. Because it's like, clearly I'm not pirating the movie or re-uploading it in a way that would take revenue away from people who just want to watch the movie, because I'd be fucking pausing it and talking over it and everything else the whole time. But everything is moderated by like bots and AI now. It just scans your video and it's like, oh, you used 6 seconds of this movie, so fuck you. Doesn't matter if it's not like watchable as like the movie. Staff only beyond this point. So this is where I was doing some testing with the FreeCam mod before the start of the stream, and I was able to move the camera into here, and it would teleport James. Let me see. Roll F3? No. Wait. He is moving again. The world is unpaused. Roll F1. No. We're still not control F1ing. Still not teleporting. Okay. I'll have to troubleshoot why that's not working anymore. But yeah, I was able to teleport James, his actual model, onto the other side of this fence and walk around here. Which is really interesting because all of this stuff has collision. Like, you don't just walk through it. There's collision on all these cars and buses and everything. Start checking all the back seats. Again, like unique interiors for all these cars that are just back in an area you would never normally be able to access or look at. Little pattern on the seats and stuff inside. Controls and everything for the bus. Russian? Russian bus? Uniroyal tires. Any Russians in chat? Too bad Captain Blad is not here, one of my chat moderators and good friends. Blad would be able to translate for us. Can't quite tell. Almost looks like it's supposed to be like a Monte Carlo type emblem. Georgia license plate. ATJ 1942. Carlson. That's a McGruff the Crime Dog. Bumper sticker. Help McGruff take a bite out of crime. This stuff used to be everywhere back in the day. Is McGruff the crime dog still a thing? Do the kids these days know about not taking a bite out of crime? Awesome. But see, this is what I mean. All these little details and stuff. This is an area you can't even walk into normally. Let alone look at stuff this closely. And there's this much detail. Oh, same car here. Repeated. Same license and McGruff sticker. That's cool. Nothing in the trunk. Super old 18-wheeler. Trailer truck. Yeah, and some of these little areas, it's like the player is never going to go here, so you don't have to make everything line up perfectly for an area where you're not going to, the player shouldn't be walking or looking at stuff anyway. You see lots of things like this. Not quite Eddie's van. This one doesn't have the food wrappers and stuff inside. No Happy Burger. Still got those fuzzy dice. Super jank. Low poly interiors. Our first glimpse of the past. Little recreation of the area where you encounter the first lying figure and get the wooden plank and the radio in the original Silent Hill 2. And they add these glimpses of the past in all the areas where they changed something drastically. Like, you don't get the wooden plank in the same area. You don't encounter the lying figure in the same area. Since all of that has moved, you get a little glimpse of the past here where they kind of recreated the same location, even the same, like, static camera angle that it shows from, like, back up here. Same sort of trash on the street assets that we've been seeing. Nothing else actually back here. Ooh, and nothing rendered back there. You do get some really good audio here, though. If you just, like, stand here. You can hear the original radio sound effect, the radio static, very, very faintly. Just some creepy ambient sounds. I love this one too. The Silent Hill sign, the old rusted out Silent Hill sign here. Kind of like partially hidden, but the way the letters are like that font with the fading looks very much like the Silent Hill 1 font. Really, really similar. Take a look at some of the graffiti. Nice and close. Insomnia. Stop Wars. Smoke. A broken spork. Wish. Still waiting on Born from a Wish DLC. I mean, there's never been any implication or anything that that would ever get made, but a lot of fans were expecting it and are still expecting it. It would be cool if at some point they do Born from a Wish remade, but I wouldn't be... It wouldn't break my heart if they never get to it. But, like I said, there's no implication that that ever would have been part of the project. And at this point, I figure they've got their hands full. They've been working on Chronos the New Dawn. They've got a ton of other projects and things that they're working on, their own things and stuff with Konami and stuff with some other publishers. Remember them saying something along the lines of it in some earlier promo stuff. You know, what's interesting is there are some fans who've been delving into like the assets and the files in the game. And there's a lot of like unused audio, some dialogue with Maria and things like that that's not used in the game itself, that more closely aligns with some of Maria's dialogue from Born from a Wish. So maybe at some point, not like a full scenario, but there was probably more hints towards Born from a Wish that are just got cut. Stuff that just didn't work out, maybe. Huerte. Og. Rumor. Sins. There's rumor again. Sins again. All these little bits of graffiti that get repeated. Smash it. I think this is the car where you pick up one of the items for the, I think it's the Bliss ending. Or no, the, one of the new endings they added. Oh, there's Ephesians stillness ending. Thank you. But I still need to get the in water ending before I can even unlock that. I've done several playthroughs of this game and have not gotten that ending yet. So, we've still got some endings to get. I mean, I'm still going to do countless more playthroughs of this game eventually. It just takes me a while to get through my playthroughs because I do shit like this. I'm constantly taking my sweet ass time. And yeah, between the health issues and everything else, everything has been kind of especially slow going. Hopefully that's going to get to be more normal. This one's going to be 60 hours plus? You think so, halftime? I think it might be longer. I think it might be longer, because like even my regular story playthroughs of this game tend to average around like 30 hours. 25 to 30 hours. And it's been it's been 3 hours. 2.5 hours. Almost 3 hours. And we're like not even in the town. So we'll be lucky if we finish the cam hack playthrough like by the end of this month. I wouldn't be surprised if we break the 100-hour mark for this series. Just want to get way up here. Look at these silent hills. Oh, this is the road. The, like, overpass that goes above everything we just went through. Another little farm area over here. No Comic Sans hiding in this one. Oh, that's the edge of the rendering distance for the lighting. Crime. Take a bite out of crime. That's so funny, finding the McGruff the Crime Dog sticker. It was a detail I did not know until just then. That's why I love doing this stuff. Hey, Pythonicus. Yeah, I'm still not 100%, but I'm definitely doing a lot better than I was like a month ago. Shit, I'm doing better tonight than I've been doing the last, even just like, week and a half ago. But slowly but surely, we're figuring stuff out. We're getting back to normal. We're getting tests done, getting things diagnosed. And I'm at least feeling well enough to get back to streaming and stuff again. That's the big thing. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, dude. The Roadrunner. Culturally inappropriate imagery, but also something that's kind of fairly common for time period, location. Because of the imagery on this, I always wondered if this was also a reference to the Indian Runner, which is in Silent Hill 1. It's the name of one of the general stores that you actually go into as part of the Kaufman side quest, where you're figuring out getting the extra bottle of Aglophithus and figuring out more about the drug trafficking subplot. But the Indian Runner in that context is, well, it could be referencing several things, but there's I think it's a duck? A type of duck? Reader's Clearinghouse. Model of an old car. Big open area here, little RV, little camper back here. Not completely empty on the inside. Oh, it's actually kind of similar to the camper where you get the Barn Neely's note later. Hey, Falkreath. It's good to be back. Hope you've been doing well. And Livlin, thank you so much for the 14 months. Welcome back. Thank you, thank you. It is good to be back. The postal vans have a Jacob Singer ID and name badge in the dashboards. Well, a week from now, when we get to that part of the town, you can believe I'm gonna take a look. For now, we're just taking our time, looking at everything as we go. U.S. mail, approved by the Postmaster General. But considering we've already had a Dario Argento reference back in the graveyard and stuff like that, that does not surprise me. The Haralson County, Georgia license plates were the biggest scare of this game. I was kind of surprised to see Georgia license plates too. Officially Silent Hill? Got a big rusty fan. One of those trademark visuals. Pressure gauge, pounds per square inch. These giant tanks that you wouldn't be able to walk anywhere near, let alone look at up close. The absurdly detailed pressure gauge. There's a lot of stuff that is like that. Things that have so much detail that unless you're doing what I'm doing right now, you would like never see it. But it's still there, it still exists in all of its detail. Silent Hill Farms, which this actually comes up again later when we find Eddie in the movie theater. He, instead of eating pizza, he's eating ice cream in this game. And the ice cream that he's eating is like strawberry ice cream from Silent Hill Farms. That locally made strawberry ice cream. Let's see what James... Is he doing any kind of silly poses while he's looking at the map? Not really. He looks a lot more normal here compared to when we were looking at the key earlier. Oh. There's his eyeballs. Inside of James's head. As empty as you would expect. Practically see the reflection of the map. You can. You can see like where his thumb is gripping the edge of the map and everything that he's looking at. So this was actually something that I already did some investigating into, because there was a big post that gained a lot of traction on the Silent Hill subreddit, where someone was commenting that James's eyes don't reflect Maria, and they were trying to present it as though this is evidence of Maria not being real and that she doesn't reflect in his eyes and things like that. In my experience messing with this cam, when I was investigating all of that, none of the character models, like whenever they're around each other, seem to reflect each other, but they do reflect the environments, which is a pretty common thing if you're doing reflections on reflective surfaces for a game like this. Just from a resource standpoint, it makes sense to not render every model or everything in a reflection, but still render certain things. So it's one of those situations where a fan noticed an interesting thing and thought a little bit too much of it. But it is still impressive to look at those types of things in such detail and still be able to see things. The fact that it even reflects the map and like his own hand. And just all the detail in the models in general. Right. Just all my controls again. Put the map over there. Okay, that one I've got mouse buttons assigned to the map and my heels. Yeah, it's a shame this game doesn't have a native like photo mode. But at the very least, we've got some nice mods and free cam stuff like this for the PC version. That's Woodside Apartments. Going over there later. Town Hall. The storefronts. Like green and gold. Silent Hill. We make our way into town on Sanders Street. Let's see. Newspapers to look at here. Main news. This is one of the same ones that we saw at the starting area. High Court rejects claims of prejudice. The Joe DiMaggio 1914 to 1999. Same one as we saw in the observation deck. Silent Hill news here. August 22nd, 1990 something. Happy Burger. Woodside Apartments severely flooded. A little bit of world building there for why the apartments look the way they do. Building administration refuses to take responsibility. DeLuca Times. The main news. $5K. Not a Bible reference, or I mean, it might be a reference to something, but nothing I know off the top of my head. Press and logistics. Oh, we do have Corinthians 16:13 here. There is a Bible reference on this one. Corinthians 13. Be on your guard. Stand firm in the faith. Be courageous. Be strong. Is this what confirms it's in Maine? I mean, it's always been... The setting has always been Maine. The first, it was never super explicit about it in the original games, but they're based on Stephen King novels. Like, it's essentially Silent Hill 1 is basically The Mist and Carrie combined. So it's much more Stephen King influenced than a lot of the sequels, but the same way Stephen King sets a lot of his stories in Maine, he himself is from Maine and lives there. Silent Hill was also set there. The original Silent Hill 2 soundtrack gives an address for Heaven's Night, like a fake address for Heaven's Night, and it's a Maine zip code as part of the address. Beluga Express Delivery. There. This one have the badge in it. Might not be until the ones we see later. Speaking of Stephen King, I like how Bloober keeps the Jack Nicholson Shining posters. Oh yeah, I didn't even like... I'm so used to stopping and talking about those during the normal story playthroughs. We can just zoom right back over there. Here they are. It's not actually Jack Nicholson. It's like a remodeled, legally distinct, but still recognizable variation of those original Jack Nicholson posters, Shining posters that they had in the OG. But yeah, they kept those here. They did a great job with the details in this game. Public phone, 4 minutes for $1. Save on your collect calls. Just use 1010-321. Save on all your local and long distance calls. Is it the Silent Hill 2 or Japanese Silent Hill 4 OST? It's the Silent Hill 2 OST, I'm pretty sure. That gives the address for Heaven's Night. I don't know. I don't have it on hand to pull up easily, but I thought that was the Silent Hill 2 soundtrack. The Silent Hill 4 soundtrack has the, like, Japanese artwork depiction of the final boss Walter arena thing. Silent Hill 2 OST has, like, I don't know. I might be misremembering Yoshio. Feel free to correct me if you know for sure. But one of the soundtracks gives a fake address for Heaven's Night, and it's a Maine address. I love little details like this too. You've got the open first aid kit where you would, in the original Silent Hill 2, there's a first aid kit here. In the remake, there's no first aid kits. It's just health drinks and syringes. So first aid locations are usually replaced with a syringe instead. But the fact that they left an open syringe box here, first aid kit here, as like a little reference to there being a first aid kit here in the OG, but it's already open, it's already taken. And nice little flower pots. Postal van near the apartment has Jacob S. Oh, we'll eventually get there. That's not going to be tonight, though. Technically, I should have ended my stream a little while ago so that I can start making dinner for me and Rachel. But I'm a little wrapped up in all this. I love that we have the 8 Mart logo on the shopping carts and stuff too. Little callback to Silent Hill 1. Because you never have the 8 Mart itself in Silent Hill 2, even in the original. But in Silent Hill 1, you have their version of 7-Eleven, the 8 Mart. Flowers, celebrating 70 years. Flourishing your business. Can we see the creeper hiding back here? Probably nothing rendered until you trigger the event. Oh, machine shop. We saw that same asset in one of the other things. In the little mechanics workshop, car workshop. Garden soil, potting mixed, Silent Hill's best for flowers and vegetables. The wait for Townfall news has been the roughest. Yeah, we were actually talking about that earlier. Like, it'll still happen, but I imagine stuff got kind of derailed and delayed from Annapurna having an entire staff walk out and needing to be completely rehired, restaffed. Crumpler International. One of the few clocks. There's only like 2 or 3 clocks in this entire game that are not set to 10 past 9. Almost every clock in the game is set to 10 past 9. It was originally just part of a puzzle in the OG Silent Hill 2. There's a clock puzzle in the apartments where that's always the solution. In this game, for the remake, I think they try to give it a little bit more significance. A lot of fans speculate that that's like the moment that Mary died, the time that Mary died. But the majority of the clocks that you see throughout the game are set to 10 past 9. This one is not. This one is not. There's one in the Lakeview Hotel that's not. I think there's another one. It might be in Brookhaven. Books and stationery. August medical expenses. May 23rd. 83X. E8/3. 3/4. Statements. Might discover something no one else has in the series? It's possible. It wouldn't be the first time. Been doing these kind of streams for a long time, and I've definitely discovered new things in the original Silent Hill 2 and 3 when I did my cam hack playthroughs. So it'd be cool. We find something significant that nobody else has noticed. How do we like this real close James angle? Miss Cassandra. Customer came in today, ordered a mixed bouquet, red and white. I tried to explain it's bad luck, but he couldn't decide on just one. He seemed a bit off, looked at me like I wasn't even there, then he just left, said he'd be back to pick him up later. Just wanted to let you know, since I might be gone by then. A little bit of foreshadowing to the mysterious photos that we will be collecting throughout the playthrough, which also depicts that two-colored bouquet, the bad luck bouquet. Oh, we got a receipt. It's a reused texture. It's for the Cafe Texan on Cat Street. And the time is 9:10. I was just talking about that. 9:10 and 15 seconds, which is the exact solution to that clock puzzle in the original. Scott rests on 15. Henry, Mildred, and Scott, 9:10:15. Purchase, eat in, coffee. Old planters and stuff that are around. Want to take another look at everything before we move on. Broken one down here. Shelf, it's like balanced on it. See if I can time this. Because normally when you walk past here, you'll be able to see a creeper run by. It might be after I examine this.
これは。
これは? May have already missed it or triggered it. But I know I've seen it. Previous playthroughs. Hey, Dagoth. Thank you for the welcome back. And I'm glad you were able to join the Discord. Thank you again for the kind message. This game still run really bad? It's better, but yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the nature of the modern Unreal Engine. I've managed to kind of tune all of my settings and stuff, so it's a lot more, it's a lot more stable than it was on my first playthrough. But once we get into the actual town and a few places, we're gonna get some stuttering and things like that. It's fine though. It's not the biggest deal. But yeah, performance can still be a little bit rough with this game. Funny enough, it's worse on the PS5 Pro. Apparently, like, the worst version in terms of performance right now. Yeah, the story playthrough that was in progress, like, it's from like over a month ago at this point. I might finish it at some point if people really want me to, but I wanted to move on and start something fresh since I'm kind of getting back to streaming after a much needed health break. So, yeah, a lot of people were just waiting for the cam hack playthrough. That whole story playthrough, I kept thinking about details that I knew I would get to look at more clearly for this playthrough. So, oh, there's another Ephesians. $432. I think we pulled this one up earlier. No, there's a different one. No, this was the same one that was on Eddie's van in the observation area. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other just as Christ God has forgiven you. Forgiveness. Relevant themes. Another mail van. This one is also not the Jacob Singer ID badge one. Get to that one. We get to the apartments. And the Corinthians pulled that one up earlier too, that license plate reference. Another Bible verse. But yeah, I know a lot of people were waiting for the cam hack playthrough. I was kind of wanting to just get to this anyway. And yeah, since my health kind of got to be too much of an issue for me to continue that story playthrough, we'll do plenty of other story playthroughs in the future. I'm not worried about it. And they only get more informative and more in-depth as we go. Because every time I play these games, every day that passes, I research more, I learn more, I have more to talk about during my playthroughs, so They'll just get more and more thorough as time goes on. Kind of the idea. That's a very different looking trash bag. Some of the same ripped up posters and signage that we saw on the observation deck as well. Just kind of these repeated textures. Anything neat hiding up on the roof. Hiding in the vents. Get a nice look at the white sheet barricades. Oh, flip inside the building. Most buildings are going to be like this. There's not really anything rendered in them. But as you saw with Silent Hill Ranch, sometimes they do render stuff and even hide little Easter eggs in some areas, so it's worth taking a look. CD and Laserdisc. New and used. Anybody watching still got you a Laserdisc player? Anybody still got some Laserdiscs? I don't actually have a player, but I do still own Laserdiscs. They're back in my mom's garage in Texas, but I've got a bunch of anime on Laserdisc from back in the day. And of course, there's G immediately in my chat. I think the only people that collect Laserdisc these days are largely otaku. I mean, it's not like that's new information, but in case you were wondering. Pretty much all the Laserdisc that I have in storage at my mom's house is anime. I've got Tenchi Muyo on Laserdisc, signed by a lot of the Japanese voice actors. Gonzalez Mexican Restaurant. Happy Cinco de Mayo, even though it's the 6th in a lot of places now. I wonder how good the Mexican food is in Silent Hill, Maine. Gonzalez Mexican Restaurant. I don't know about Silent Hill, but I was in Freeport, Maine many years ago, which is, for anybody who's ever been to Freeport, Maine, I mean, a lot of little towns like that places around Maine kind of resemble Silent Hill. They feel like Silent Hill. They didn't have the best Mexican food. But that's okay, because when you're in Maine, you shouldn't be getting that anyway. You should be getting lobster, clam chowder, some of the best lobster, some of the best clam chowder I've ever had. I had in Freeport, Maine. Okay. As much as I just want to keep going with this, I need to get to a save point. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. It's gonna have a really late dinner. Hopefully my wife isn't starving. Phoenix body, oil change and engine service. It's the cinnamon stains. Yeah, I was talking about that in one of the previous playthroughs. I did a Pyramid Head cosplay back in the day, and we put a bunch of gook and gross and nasty stuff on it to try to make it look like this, essentially, smeared on the helmet. And one of the main things we used was a mixture with cinnamon in it. So as gross as it all looked, it smelled delicious. It just smelled like cinnamon buns. So in my head, this stuff looks gross, but probably smells delicious. True Care Healthcare Plan. The better choice, the better life. What kind of healthcare plan do you think Mary had? She had a high-end one, probably because James loved her. I mean, in the original, it just describes James's occupation as being a clerk, without really giving too much extra detail. Health insurance in the US is not cheap. And most employers, especially if you're like a clerk or something, you're lucky to get insurance at all. And if you do get it, it's usually not great. Help needed. Part fall time. Apply in person inside. Oh. Got this little broken part where you can peek in. Oh yeah, and you got some great references on the bar taps. It's one of the things that I've pointed out in previous playthroughs, but we can see it much more clearly now that we're doing the cam hack playthrough. Red Velvet, reference to David Lynch's film Blue Velvet, which was heavily influential to Team Silent. The original Pyramid Head scene where James is hiding in the closet is taken almost directly from Blue Velvet. Leonidas, maybe they're a fan of 300. I'm not sure exactly the reference on that one, how that ties in with Silent Hill. But Leonidas, Keswick Pride, or Keswick Pride. So the image for Toluca Lake in the original Silent Hill 2, when you're on the observation deck and you're looking at that iconic view of the lake, that image of the lake was edited together from photographs of a lake in Keswick in England called Derwentwater. So this is a reference to Derwentwater in Keswick, the photograph reference for the original Toluca Lake. Jacob's Lager, reference to Jacob's Ladder. Wonderful film by Adrian Lyne, who is referenced directly in the original Silent Hill 2 and very heavily influenced a lot of aspects of Silent Hill 2. Ale Peaks, reference to David Lynch's Twin Peaks. And Toluca Light. Nice little Toluca reference. Toluca Lake reference to top it all off. So many good little things there. Toluca Light, Twin Peaks, Jacob's Ladder, Keswick, and Derwentwater. Blue Velvet. Still not sure on the Leonidas one. And maybe they just liked 300. Can I cam hack while peeking? I cannot. Missed crime and punishment reference opportunities. There is some graffiti that says crime. I don't know if there's more graffiti to be found that says punishment. Maybe. Chotomate. Same stuff on the phone as what we looked at earlier. Love the music. Got the classic Remains of Blood Swamp memorial here. The X number of meters of land surrounding this monument was originally a swamp, but was later filled in. It was once nicknamed Blood Swamp because the water used to wash the tools after executions. were to be poured in it. It's slightly rewritten from the way that it's written in the original. Perhaps it is for that reason that many inhabitants claim to have seen ghosts in the area. There it is, with the text all blanked out. Very similar to the original. It's almost word for word. Same as the original. Slightly rewritten. But your first little hint at some of the town history, people seeing ghosts, the history of executioners. A little bit of foreshadowing for Pyramid Head. It's the same hiring poster. Got monster noises coming from back here. Oh, there he is. Actually rendered in. Our lying figure hanging out. I like certain parts of the lying figure redesign. I feel like these parts, the laces and rivets, needed to be incorporated a little bit smoother, if that makes any sense. Like, the original textures had details like this on them. Of course, it's much harder to see with PS2 resolutions and texture pixels, but there was like more blending between the flesh and laces and everything else. It was much harder to distinguish like what parts are organic and what parts are not. And here it's a little bit more easy to tell. Not the worst thing though. I still like the creature redesigns. You still got Ito behind. Ooh. Still got Ito behind all the creature redesigns and stuff. It's still portrayed the way he wanted them to be. Platform feet. Building. Oh. Labeled boxes. Home videos. Storage unit. Shipping label. Priority mail, 2-day shipping. Storage unit. Attic. Yeah, Falkreath. Some of the creature models, there's a lot of variants of them. More than just, like, the ones that have different attacks and things, but just the regular enemies that you encounter. There's a few different visual variations to them. And some are a little bit closer to original designs, and some are a little bit more noticeably redesigned. Alright, to the bottomless pit. Oh, it's full of pipes. Full of pipes all along. I love the look of the town. Like, I already loved it a ton in the original, and then in the remake, even more detail with, like, the street collapses and the houses falling in on each other. Really great environment. Glimpses of the past. The original Silent Hill 2, this would have been your pathway towards the little tunnel area where you encounter the first lying figure, get the wooden plank and all that. Do not enter. Area closed off due to an accident. Trespassing might lead to injury or death. But it doesn't connect to that tunnel. They sort of separate that tunnel and show it to you much earlier in the game. Right after you go through the fence, after getting the key in the auto workshop. Laserdisc store, or the other side of the Laserdisc store. Solid coup. Metal products. Oh yeah, there's a Metal Gear reference. Metal Gear Solid reference. One of the buildings a bit later on. Propane grill. These green fucking plastic chairs. That seemingly like were just everywhere when I was younger. Can't wait for Gen Z Alpha to ask what's a Laserdisc when they play this. Yeah. It's like a DVD, but ten times bigger. Oh no. Like how he instinctively busts out the chainsaw. because he detected that a lying figure was close by. Covered in cinnamon. Smell it. Workbench. Start breaking stuff. Just because. Gotta get that broken window stat as high as possible. I am curious. I wonder what the actual maximum is for that stat. Because once you get the handgun, you can like shoot and break windows in buildings that are super far and like inaccessible. Wonder what the actual maximum number of broken windows you can finish a game with. Peter's Clearinghouse, we saw that earlier. You'll look in here before we go crawling through. There's the save point that signifies the end of the stream. At least for tonight. That pattern on those curtains. Kind of similar to the wallpaper and stuff. Some of the other patterns, floral patterns that we see. The apartments later. Got a clock. 10 past 9. Like I said, there's only a handful of clocks, like 3, maybe 4 in the whole game. They're not set to 10 past 9. Tape recorder. Similar to the one we find in the director's office in Brookhaven. The New Damnation. Title on that book. 3. The other ones just have numbers. That one's got an actual title. The New Damnation. Perfume bottle. Detoxidine. Is that a thing? Is that real? It is. Product line. High quality nascent iodine that your body needs for critical functions. Dealing with brain fog, alertness, focus, and mood all improve when your thyroid is healthy. Not sponsored, by the way. This is a real product. All the makeup. So many cool details. Brain fog, oh no. I mean, seriously, I've been having a lot of brain fog as my body has been adjusting to blood pressure and anxiety medications this past month. I'm definitely feeling the brain fog. Maybe I need me some of that. Detoxidine. It's okay. At least my brain, by default, is always in Silent Hill mode, so we can still get through streams. And this is where I'm gonna call it for tonight. And yeah, Ichiban. The VOD will be available as soon as I finish the stream. Give me like a few hours to get it edited real quick and uploaded. But it'll be up in just a few hours on YouTube. The Raw stream will be up before that, faster, on the Archives YouTube channel, just Nub Zombie Archives. There's a link to it from my main YouTube channel, so you should be able to find that if you check the Archive channel. Get the full unedited VOD. I'm gonna chop the intro and outro and stuff. Very, very minor edits for when it goes up on the main YouTube channel, but that'll go up pretty much immediately. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. But thanks you guys so much. So much. Really appreciate everybody coming by and welcoming me back to Twitch, back to the internet. As said, my health has not been great, but it's getting better. It feels good to be at a point where I feel okay enough to stream and stuff again. It's absolutely wonderful just getting to stream again and see you all again and do this stuff again, because this is my passion. Has been for a very long time, and even while I've been struggling with other stuff, this has always been part of my mind, wanting to get back to doing this. So feels good to be back in Silent Hill and on Twitch and seeing all of you guys in chat. But yeah, we're gonna call it here. I'm gonna try to be a good streamer for once in my life and stick to a consistent schedule. So right now I'm aiming to stream like 9 p.m. to midnight / 1 a.m. or so Eastern time, just like tonight was. I'm going to try to stick to a relatively similar schedule for a while, just to kind of give me some routine that I can work with. And yeah, I'll be back again tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will pick this right back up where we left off just now. But thank you so much, everybody. I can't tell you enough how much I appreciate the warm welcome back, all the love and support. Thank you so much for everybody who was subbing and resubbing and burning scam points and everything else. It's awesome to see you again. So thank you guys from the bottom of my undead heart. Thank you. But yeah, I will see you all tomorrow night. Till then, much love. Be good to each other. Waste your scam points. Peace.